Yeah, I can see a couple of us have raised their hands. I don't know if somebody wants to speak or say something. Rahab, Masharia, how are you doing? Rahab, Yulin, Shebet, have raised their hands.
I'm doing well. This is Masharia. I'm doing well.
Okay. You have something to say?
No, thank you. Oh, I had not
your...
noted. I had not noted.
Okay. Right. Yulin, you've raised your hand. You have something to share or ask? Daniel Mwangi, you've also raised your hand.
Oh, yes. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine. Mine was a concern on how to download the Power BI and how to get the Jupyter Notebook. Yes.
Okay. I think they are open source, but Wangari will guide us shortly on that. Wangari will guide us shortly on that. Wangari, I hope you kindly taken note of that. You will assist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are already quite a number, so we shall be starting in the next few minutes, in the next few moments.
Okay, thanks.
Exactly 5:40, we can be able to start so that we don't leave the rest, so many people behind. We can start at exactly 5:40.
Oh. Hello.
Yeah, so for those who've just joined, karibuni sana, you're most welcome to the session. My name is Levix Dudi. We are just about to start. We're giving a few moments for the rest to join so that we don't have them left behind. But we shall be starting in the next few moments. So this is a continuation of what we had begun yesterday in terms of data analytics and introduction to data science. So we shall be getting a little bit deeper today, even a bit of practical. And of course, we will be winding this up tomorrow. So I think we are already quite a number. So in the next 1 minute, we should be able to start and proceed. All right, I can see we are close to 140 and 10 minutes into time. People are still actively joining, so maybe 2 more minutes and then we start. We're avoiding to let behind the rest of us. So we should be starting in the next few. So we shall be starting in a few. I can see we are way past almost 160. We should be kicking off in the next few minutes. I don't know if the ICTA team, any of them is around already.
Yes, Levix.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Proceed.
Who is speaking?
This is John.
Oh, yes, how are you doing?
Yes, I'm very well. Thank you for the session. I think we can just proceed because of time. I've also shared the updated link via email. So for anyone who's not on the WhatsApp group, they've also received the same.
All right, thank you. Yeah, all right. Thank you, John. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks for being here yesterday. I hope all of us were around yesterday. So we are just proceeding with what we started yesterday in terms of data analytics and introduction to data science. My name is Levix Dudi, representing DataBreed Africa. And of course, on the call, we also have Wangari Mushai, who will be taking us through this session. She's our lead trainer on data science and analytics. And we will be able to get a lot of information from her today, even practically. I know you asked a lot of questions yesterday, so we hope we can be able to get them answered today in terms of practical approach. So without taking a lot of time, let me invite Wangari Mushai. We will be informing you on whatever else in the course of the program. Wangari, feel free.
Thank you, Levix. Good evening, all. I hope you all had a wonderful day. Welcome to our today's session, which is, of course, a continuation of what we were doing yesterday. And yesterday, just a recap, like a 2-minute recap. Yesterday, we covered on, first of all, we were trying to understand what data is. And we say data is raw facts and figures. Then we proceeded to data analytics, what it is. It's a process from, gathering your data, getting some patterns or finding patterns in your data, and drawing conclusions from your data. And then from the conclusions, you're able to make decisions. Yeah. So that is basically the data analytics meaning. Then we looked at the workflow, what it entails. And the workflow, we looked at defining, the problem or the business problem or the problem that you're solving. That is the first thing. Then collect your data. After you collect your data, you're supposed to clean that data, transform that data, then go ahead and do exploration and visualization of the data. Once you're done, that is the bit where we have the analysis. After that, you get some insights from the results. Then from the insights, you're able to recommend actions. Yeah. So that is the data analytics process. Then we went to the, the different types of, or the different levels of data analytics. We had 4. We have descriptive analytics. We talked about the diagnostic analytics, the predictive analytics, and the prescriptive analytics. Yeah. Then we proceeded to, the different types of data, and we talked about the main categorizations of data. We have 2 main categories of data. We have the, the quantitative and qualitative. Yeah. Under qualitative, we have 2 major categories. We have nominal and ordinal. Nominal data doesn't follow any order. Ordinal data, it follows some order. Yeah. Then we looked at the quantitative, data, and under that we have we had the discrete values or the discrete numbers. Those are whole numbers. And then we have the continuous numbers, and continuous data is something that you measure. So something like, degrees Celsius, temperature, say, weight, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Then we now proceeded to the different categories or the different types of data. Now we looked at time series data collected over a period of time. Then we looked at structured data, the data that is in form of rows and columns. Then we looked at the unstructured type of data and how to deal with unstructured type of data and how to analyze unstructured type of data. We said for such, you usually go into, advanced analytics. Yeah, I hope you can recall that. So those are some of the things that we looked at yesterday. And also we now got into the bit of the different tools that we use for data analytics. And of course, they are kind of leveled in a way. Yeah, so we have Excel, which is used for basic analysis. Then there is SQL or SQL, structured query language, which is used for database management. Then there is also okay, I don't know who is presenting. But anyway, so then there is then we have Python, which is used for advanced analytics. And especially those times that you want to automate your models. And then we have Power BI, which is used for business intelligence. Yeah, so that is what we covered yesterday. Now, I want us to proceed from where we left yesterday. So today we're supposed to start with Excel. Excel, and we're supposed to cover Excel, part of Python and also SQL. Then tomorrow we're now going to do Power BI in depth. Yeah, I hope you're ready for that. There's someone who has asked about a question on how to install Power BI and also Jupyter Notebook. So maybe we can do that when winding up today's class. So let's first focus on Excel, then we're going to look at that as we continue. Just a minute. So before I proceed, kindly confirm that I'm audible enough and that you're able to see my screen.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Again, rules of engagement, kindly, if you have a question, kindly type it in. I realize we are a big group. Just to ensure there is order, kindly type in the question on the chat box. Yes. So Excel for data analysis. I know we have interacted with Excel, most of us, and Excel is one of the most powerful and widely accessible tools for data analysis. Maybe you never thought that whatever you're doing while using Excel is data analysis, but it's part of data analysis. Just that most times the files that we usually use are in form of Excel files or CSV files, which are going to be opened via Excel. Yeah. And maybe you use it for storage purposes, but now we can use Excel for data analysis. Kindly, if you're able to mute on your side.
Let me mute everyone for you, and then you'll unmute Gary.
Okay.
Yeah, you can unmute now.
Thank you. So, so Excel enables analysts or people who are in data, and you really do not have to be a data professional, but with Excel, you're able to process, clean, manipulate, and visualize large data sets efficiently without requiring any programming knowledge. For Excel, you don't need to, to have some programming skills for you to use Excel, but you're able to do quite a number of things. Processing is basically loading in your data. Maybe if you're using a CSV file or an Excel file, you're able to load in that data on Excel, then clean that data. Remember the data analytics workflow. You need to clean that data. Manipulating is just trying to, it's part of cleaning and also understanding what we have in the contents of your data. Then you go ahead and visualize. Yeah. So whether you're working with sales data, financial reports, or operational records, Excel provides the formulas. We have the formulas in Excel. There are those that are inbuilt, and there are those that you can just decide to, type them in. Yeah, but we have inbuilt formulas, quite a number of them. Then we have functions.
Sorry to cut you. Some people are asking if we are sharing a screen. I don't know if it's not visible on that side only. I can see quite a number. Don't make and see a screen, Excel for data analysis.
Maybe I can reshare. Let me reshare.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Maybe they can confirm whether they're able to see my screen now. Excel for data analysis.
You can maximize.
It is
visible, but now it's very tiny. You can just maximize, or yeah.
Mm-hmm. How about now? Because
it's okay. It's okay.
let me see. Just a second. How is it now? Better?
Maximize.
I mean, on my side, it's maximized. Oh my God.
Personally, I can see it either way. It's visible.
Okay. On my side, it's maximized, so I don't know. So as I was saying, Excel provides the formulas. We have quite a number of formulas. We have functions that are inbuilt and also features needed to quickly analyze information and make informed data-driven decisions. It remains the starting point for virtually, or rather for someone who is starting, for a starter or a beginner, Excel can be used for data analysis. Yeah, and I think that is what most of us have interacted with. We have an alternative for Excel, which is Google Sheets. Yeah, and Google Sheets are, cloud-based. Yeah, that is the only difference. For them to be, of course, you can operate them offline, but for you to maybe save whatever changes that you are making, you might need to be online. Yeah, so that is the difference, but most of the features are almost the same, or rather it can be used as an alternative. So when you're dealing with with Excel, we said one of the functions is, apart from processing or loading in your data, the next thing is cleaning your data or preparing your data for analysis. And this is a very vital stage in the data analytics workflow. Remember, I mentioned that yesterday. And before you can analyze data meaningfully, it must be accurate, consistent, and well-structured. Accurate. Why do you need your data to be accurate? Because you want accurate results. Yeah. Your data has to be consistent. Yeah. That is to mean if you're talking about a particular column with should only take a particular type of data, then you should ensure there is that consistency. Yeah. Then your data should be well structured. So poor data, of course, poor data quality leads to flawed conclusions, no matter how sophisticated your analysis is. Data cleaning is the essential first step. Now, what are we cleaning? Or why do we need to do, some data cleaning? Yeah. So first of all, one of the reasons is to identify missing values. And how do you identify missing values? You locate and address empty or incomplete cells that could distort your summaries and calculations. So that is the first thing. You need to identify, do we have any missing value in this particular column? If we have those missing values, how am I supposed to handle those missing values? We have different ways of handling missing values depending on the type of data that you're dealing with. Yeah. Because if you're dealing with, of course, there are differences in terms of if you're dealing with text type of data, you might not replace the missing value as you do it when using numerical type of data. Okay. So we have different ways of handling missing values. One, you can decide to do away completely with that row that has missing values. Yeah, that is number one. Especially if your data is massive and you doing away with the missing values, if they are not many, if the rows with the missing values are not as many, and you doing away with those rows will not affect your results in a way. The difference is not going to be significant. Then you can go ahead and, do away with those missing values. Okay, or the
We can't hear you.
Yeah, Wangari, I think we've lost your voice.
Okay. So where was I before you lost me?
I think for the last 1 minute or so.
Okay, so I was talking about how we handle missing values. And if you're dealing with numerical type of data, we have a number of ways. One, you can decide to, but it depends, of course, on the policy of the institution. Yeah. So if they work with the mean, you can decide to replace it using the mean or median or mode. But the most recommended is median. Why? Because median is not affected by what? Outliers. Okay. The other thing is you can decide to replace using a certain value, a particular value. And that is what I'm saying. It depends on the, it depends on the policy of the institution. Because you're aware, of course, different sectors have different type of data, and they're able to tell what is missing there. I mean, you can assume that whatever we are missing here is likely to be maybe value X. Yeah. So that is why it depends on the institution, or rather the policies that the institution work with. So that is how, so first of all, we identify missing values. Then maybe I can show you some data that I have here. So this is some sales data. And how do you identify? We want to if we want to check whether we have missing values in our, in our data. So what I do, I'm going to highlight the, kindly mute. So we're going to highlight this column header row, then go to data. So I'm going to do that. I go to data, select filter. So we're going to have a drop down on each column header. So under order, we want to check whether we have any missing value. So you select that and you realize, so we have 2001 up to 2200. So we don't have any blanks. Yeah, so if we don't have any blanks on that particular column, that is to mean we do not have any missing value there. Okay, so we go to under full name. We want to check whether we're going to see something that is blank. We don't have any blanks. Under city and country, we also do not have any blanks. Under email, we have blanks there. So that is to mean we have some columns, I mean, not columns, but we have some rows that didn't record, the email bit. Yeah. So what we do, I'm going to deselect all, then come and select blanks. Okay. So we have quite a number of them. We have around 15 entries that do not have, the email slot or the email column. Yeah, so that is one. So we go back. So under email, we have some missing values. Yeah, or rather some missing entries. Then we go to just a minute. Under order dates, you do the same thing. We scroll downwards and then we have some blanks there and we want to see how many blanks do we have. So we only have 4 of them. Okay. Under region, do we have any blanks? Yes, we do. We select that and we have around 9 rows that do not have the region part. So there is that. Then under product, do we have any missing value? No, we don't. Under quantity, do we have any missing values? No, we don't. Under unit price, do we have any missing values? No, we don't. And of course, under total amount, I don't expect you to have any missing value as well. So you realize in a column, the email column, order, the order date column, and the region column, those are the columns that have some missing values. Okay? So, yes, Thomas? So those are the missing values, yeah? Or rather, those are the columns with the missing values. So again, how do we deal with those missing values? One thing, you realize something like an email, you might not be able to do what? You might not be able to replace that because everyone has a unique email, yeah? So you can decide to have something like not available. So you replace all the missing values under email with not available. Yeah, something like date. How do you think we're supposed to sort out the date part? Yeah, if you are missing some entries under the order date column, how do we deal with that? There is also that. So one thing I need to mention is this: when it comes to data analytics, if you can recall, when you were talking about the data workflow, the first thing was understanding the business problem. What are we trying to solve? With this data that have been given, or with this analysis, what should be the end goal? That is to mean, once you define that problem, you will be able to know which are the most important variables, okay? Which are the most relevant variables in my analysis. Yeah. So for example, in this case, we have this is sales data. Yeah. And maybe the bits that we might be interested with are the regions, because we want to see the performance of different regions. We want to see performance of different products. We also want to know how many pieces or how many units of each product were sold. We also want to see want to understand the total revenue we get from each product. So you realize something like, or rather some aspects like some variables like region, product, in our case, quantity, unit price, and total amount are very important. And of course, the city and country, because definitely with the city and country, it's going to help us, or rather it's going to inform the region of this particular customer. I hope that is clear. Yeah. So the thing is, when starting your data analytics process, you're supposed to understand that problem. And when understanding that problem, remember I said, there are those times that you've already been given the data. Yeah, you already have the data with you. But there are those times that you need to go collect the data. So once you understand the problem that you're solving, then it's going to be easier for you to know what to focus on, the variables to focus on. I hope that is clear. Yeah, I hope that is clear. Okay. So again, in our case here, you realize again, I'm trying to just to show you the importance of understanding the problem, because it's going to help you with a lot of, when it comes to data preparation, because you need to know, what am I working with? What variables am I working with? So for our case here, so we've, of course, identified the missing values, and we've said for something like email, it might be a bit difficult for us to do it, to replace or to handle that. Yeah, and maybe it might need us to just have something like NA for the, for the blank spaces under the email column. Yeah, under the dates column, the same thing. Yeah, we might not be able to tell on which particular date unless there's something else that is going to inform that. Then under now something like, region. So you want to check those, something that is really, we want to check those blanks that we have. So we have these blanks here. So these are the, these are the rows with the missing, with the region column missing. So we can be able to check, and at least we have something that can help us. We have another variable that can inform us on the region. Yeah, so we have like Thika, Kenya. So where does Thika, Kenya, lie? Is it central region? Is it western? Is it, especially if you're familiar with maybe the, with that data, it's going to be easy for you to, to handle such missing values. So we have Kiambu. Under Kiambu, maybe you can check the options that we have. Sorry about that. So, we want to check how many regions do we have? We have Central, Coast, Nairobi, Nyanza, Rift Valley, and Western. Yeah. So something like Thika, Kenya, that is in Central. So you can just replace them. Something like Kiambu, it's also in Central. Something like Kakamega is in Western. Eldoret, that is Rift Valley. Bungoma, that is Western. Mombasa Coast, Nairobi, that is Nairobi, Kiambu, that is Central. So at least for this particular region, we have something that can help us fill up the missing values. We have another column that can help us fix that particular column that has missing values. I hope that is clear. Now, another question I should expect from you is, what if you're dealing with a lot of data and maybe we are dealing with more than, say, we have 100,000 entries and maybe we have 20,000 of them are missing on the region column. How do you deal with that? How do you deal? I don't know if I'm mute. Okay. How do you deal with that? So
lazima waende kwao kabla sheria yote ipite.
So how do you deal with that? We have formulas in Excel, and those formulas are, or the functions that we have, the if functions, where you put up a formula or a function given a condition. So if, say, the city is Thika, then the region should be Central. If the city is this, and this, the region should be this particular region. So we have those formulas that can be used, especially when you're dealing with huge or massive data sets. But for our case here, you can just decide to fill them up manually. I hope that is clear. So that is how we identify missing values in Excel and go ahead and do what? Replace. Number two, we need to remove duplicates. And why are we removing duplicates? Again, you eliminate repeated entries that can inflate counts, totals, and averages in your analysis. So you remove duplicates to remove redundancy because it's repetition. So that is to mean even if it is making your data look like you have quite a number of entries, but it's not making sense because you are repeating the same entries. And it's important for you to do what? To remove those duplicates. Then we have standardizing formats, still under cleaning data. This is where you ensure consistent date formats, text casing, number types across the entire data sets. Just ensure there is consistency in your date formats, your text casing. If it's supposed to be, you start with a capital letter for each name, then make sure that your data is in its right format. Make sure that you remove all unnecessary spaces between maybe text data type and so on and so forth. Just ensure your data is consistent. Then that is standardizing formats. Then you have fixing inconsistencies. This is where you correct spelling errors, mismatched categories, and irregular entries before proceeding to analysis. So you really need to do a lot of exploration of your data, understanding your data, familiarizing yourself with that data before you proceed for analysis. It is very important. So clean data, again, clean data is the foundation of reliable analysis, and spending time on data preparation prevents errors downstream, because if you start with inaccurate data, definitely the results that you're going to get, they're going to be inaccurate. So that is how we prepare um, uh, we prepare data for analysis.
The host is muted.
Kindly, I'm requesting if you haven't muted, just mute it to ensure that we have some smooth, a smooth class. Kindly, to make it easier for us.
I can mute everyone and then you can unmute in a second.
Okay.
Okay, just go ahead.
All right. So, as I was saying, why do we need to remove duplicates? Again, or rather, when should you use the removing duplicates function? Where you have duplicate. I've given an example of, or rather, duplicates are removed to remove redundancy, because that is repeated information. So it's not even making sense having two rows being repeated. Yeah, we just need one. If the information is the same, then we don't need to have both or three copies of the same data. And that happens when collecting your data. Maybe you might find yourself duplicating information. Yeah, but then you're not supposed to ignore or assume that you do not have duplicates. It is important to remove those duplicates. Yeah, so how do you remove duplicates? So I'm going to Yeah, so this is our data. So you're supposed to select your data. So select all, that is Control A. Yeah, that's a shortcut for selecting all your data. Then we have under data, we have, sorry. So select all, then under data, under data, we have the remove duplicates part. So this is where you delete duplicate rows from a sheet. You can pick which column should be checked for duplicate information. But for our case, we want to check the entire data set. Now, unlike missing values, duplicates can only be removed. They are not replaced. They are usually removed because it is repeated information. So we usually delete duplicates. I hope that is clear. So remove duplicates. When you select that, to delete duplicate values, select one or more columns that contain duplicates. So I've selected, of course, it's going to automatically select all the data headers. Then, okay. So no duplicate values found. Okay, so that is to mean we didn't have any duplicate value. And if there was, assuming we had like 2 or 3, it's going to show that 2 duplicate values have been deleted. Yes. So that is how we deal with duplicates. Then we have standardizing. This is where we format and standardize data. So data often arrives in inconsistent formats or mixed cases, irregular spacing, or varied date styles. So proper formatting ensures clarity, accuracy, and compatibility with formulas and charts. So under this, we want to fix spacing between text data type. So how do you deal with that? You want to remove any extra spaces from text cells that can cause mismatches in lookups and filters. You usually use the trim function. Okay, you're going to use the trim function. If you want to standardize the text case, so in case you need your text data type to be in capital letters, that is uppercase, what do? You use equal to upper. So this is an inbuilt function, upper into that particular cell. If you want it to be in lowercase, you use lower. If you want it to be, you start with, for each name, yeah, each name should start with a capital letter, that is proper casing, and the rest should be in small letters, that is proper into that particular name. Then you run the formula downwards. Okay, then for consistent date formats, so I'm going to show you how you go about this. So you go to home. First of all, you select that particular column. Go to home. Under home, we have number format, then select how do you want your date to, to appear. Is it a short date? Is it a long date? Then you can now select. And if you need to customize it, we have an option for doing that. Then correct data types. So we have different data types in Excel. And I mentioned yesterday, in as much as we looked at the main categorizations of data, we have every tool has its own data types. Yeah, and we're going to see those data types, the data types that we usually have in Excel. Yeah, so maybe we can do that. So first thing first, we just did the duplicates, removing duplicates. Now, if you want to trim, for example, you have, unnecessary spaces between your text data type. Again, trimming or removing spaces, we are removing spaces in text data type. So we do not expect, or rather, you shouldn't expect someone to tell you or to give you a task of removing spaces in, a column like the unit price. Yeah, that is numerical data type. But for maybe full name, city, country, column, or the email, maybe you should expect something like that. Yeah. So before we go there, I want to show you the different functions that we have. And these functions, they're usually under, formulas. We have quite a number of formulas in Excel. Yeah. So we have the AutoSum. So AutoSum, or these are the most, we have summation, we have average, we have counting numbers. Now, this one is what I was calling, or rather I was referring to, summary statistics yesterday. Yeah, so we have counting numbers. You want to know how many entries do I have in this particular column? So you use the count function. What is the maximum value in this particular column? What is the minimum value? And of course, we have more functions. There are quite a number. We have if, hyperlink, scene, we have permutation, we have standard deviation, and so on and so forth. Okay? So that is one. Then we have financial functions. For those that are in accounting and finance, I'm sure you are familiar with this. You're familiar with these formulas here or these functions, and you know, of course, the arguments that you're supposed to use while using these formulas. Then we have logical functions. These ones are used when you're dealing with conditions. Yeah. So for example, and we have false, we have if for condition, if error, if not available, not, or true. Then we have the XOR. Yeah. Then if you want to, insert a function, you can just use that. Then we have functions for text data type. When dealing with text data type, we have quite a number of functions. They are here, including that trim function. The one we're supposed to use when you want to remove spaces, it's under the text functions. Yeah. So for the uppercase, it's still there. For the lowercase, it's still there. For proper case, it's there. If you want to replace, if you want to, like you want to have it placed on the right, we have quite a number there. Yeah.
Ile kitabu nisome. Homework peke yake unafanya na kitabu iko hapo. Ulinunua ya kazi gani?
Yeah, so we have those functions then under date, we have okay, let's see. Under date and time, we have date value. If you want to know today's date, which date is today, we have all those values. All those functions there. Then for lookup, we have quite a number. If you're looking for something in your data, yeah, in your data set. So you have your data set and you want to look for a particular value. We have those functionalities. For mathematical functions, they are there. And of course, we have more functions for statisticians, for engineers. Yeah, those are some of the things that we have there. So back to what I was doing. I'm going to insert a new column here. And I'm going to give it the name, full name. Then what I want to do is I want to use the trim function. The trim function is used to remove extra spaces, right? So equal to any functionality, any function, any formula in Excel usually start with an equal sign. So equal to, remember it's trim. So as you type in, it's going to bring that formula, trim. And what do we want to trim? So it tells you that this one is used for text data type. Yeah. So I'm going to select that. So we have that. There might not be any difference per se, because I don't think this one had any issues with spacing. But for you now to be able to run the formula, you just autofill. And we have that. Yeah. So we have that, and maybe we can now do away with this. Yeah, or maybe we can just color. Yeah, we can color that. Something else, I'm just showing you how we go about it. The other thing is proper casing. Proper casing. I'm just going to use the same column. Proper casing. We want to have each name starting with a capital letter, then the rest should be in small letters. So what we do, we have proper equal to proper. Again, it's a text function. Then you select that. Then you run the formula. Yeah. So we have something like that. What if you wanted to change it to, uppercase? All of them to be in capital letters. Then we run that, and we have that. Okay, so that is the different text functions that we have. And of course, we apply that when, when doing data preparation. Yeah, so the next bit was on something that I wanted to show is consistent date formats and also the different data types that we have in Excel. So if you want to check the data types, so you go to home. Under home, we have this part under number. See this number? Then you have this drop down here. So we have, these are the different data types in Excel. So we have general, that is, it doesn't have any specific format. Yeah, especially for maybe data that you've just downloaded or synthetic data. It's most times usually general data type. So it's you to to convert, or you to convert your columns into the specific data types. Yeah, so we have a number. If you want your data, if you want to convert your data or your column into number format, you select that. There's someone who is not muted, or maybe you're using two gadgets. Kindly mute. Then we have accounting. I hope I'm not muted. Good, 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 good. Then we have accounting data type, we have short date, we have long date, we have time, we have percentage, we have fraction, scientific, we have text, and of course we have more number formats. And more number formats, we have the only thing that has been added here is special and custom. So this is for custom, this is where you customize it. you're the one who knows what you want, how your data should appear, especially for dates. You can come here, select the format that you want. You want it in day, month, year. You want to have DD, MMM, and YY. If you want to have the entire year captured, you also have, you can do that using the custom option. Yeah, so those are the different types of data in Excel. I hope that is clear. So for example, when you look at what we have here under order dates, just by looking at it, you realize, first of all, we have some numbers, or rather some dates, 19th February 2025. Then we have 2025-02-23. Then we have those that have slashes. We have others with dots. So you're the one to know what to work with. Yeah. So first of all, you need to do at come. You first of all select that, go to home. Under home, you might decide to select that, but you realize that you do not have, there are no changes per se, because when you select short date, it should be in form of DDMMYY. For long date, it should be DDMM, then YYYY. That is to mean something like this, but the reversed version of this, 23/02/2025. Yeah, so those are some of the things that you look at. Yeah, when it comes to when it comes to correcting different data types. So then another bit that you still under data cleaning, you're supposed to convert your text to columns. Again, this happens when you've gotten your data you've gotten your data from a different source. I don't know who is using two devices and they are not muted. Kindly mute. So once you get your data, because your data is coming from different sources, it is important for you to convert that data into just for it to be in the right format for analysis. Yeah. And apart from that, so that is one. And something else that I need to mention, and maybe as we continue, we're going to see that when you're dealing with, or rather when you're doing data analysis in Excel, before you proceed with the analysis, you're supposed to convert that data, the raw data, into a table. Okay? It is important for you to convert raw data into a table. Then you can now proceed with analysis, especially when you're dealing with pivot tables and so on and so forth. But we're going to look at that. It's just that it has crossed my mind before I forget. That is something that you're supposed to have at the back of your mind. Now, still under data cleaning, you're supposed to, there are those times that you might need to split your columns. Yeah, so the text to columns feature is useful when multiple pieces of information are combined in a single cell. So splitting them into separate columns makes the data easier to filter, sort, and analyze. So for example, you might need to, if it's relevant, of course, you just don't do it for the sake of doing it. It has to have some reason to it. If it is necessary for you to split maybe, like a column, the city the city country column and you want to split it into now city and country into 2 columns, you can go ahead and do that. There's that feature in Excel. And how do you do that? You select the column containing combined data, then go to data, text to columns, select text to columns, then choose how do you want it to be splitted. Do you want to use a comma or a space or a hyphen, or do you want to use the fixed width? Then preview the split result and click finish to apply. Okay, but it is not a must. Again, you just don't do it for the sake of, just doing it. It's until you see the necessity of doing that, but this is part of data cleaning. Then use of filters. So filters are one of the most powerful and quick tools in Excel for exploring, sorting, and cleaning data. And we've seen that when it comes to, if you want to explore your data, you want to understand your data. Do you have any missing values? If we have regions, how many regions do we have? We usually use filters. And these ones allow you to display only the rows that match certain conditions, making it easy to spot errors, blanks, or outliers. Yeah, and how do you apply a filter? So you click on the header row of your data set. We've done that. Then go to data, then select filter. It's going to, you're going to see some drop-down arrows will appear on each column header. Then you can now go ahead and, manipulate your data. Do you want to explore your data? Do you want to see how many blanks that do you have? How many under maybe Nairobi region? How many did we have? And so on and so forth. So what filters help you find? Number 1, rows with missing or blank values. Number 2, entries with incorrect or inconsistent text. Number 3, transactions outside expected date ranges. Then sales records above or below a threshold. So if you want to check whether we have any, do we have outliers in our data, you can decide to use a filter. Then you have, if you want to check whether you have duplicate or anomalous values that require review, you can use filters. I hope that is clear. So this is handling missing values, and I talked about this. The first step is to do what? Identify the missing values. Then step number 2, you replace them. So replace the empty cells. Depending on context again and the type of data that you're dealing with, replace with 0 for numeric fields, or not provided for text fields. For our case, the email column, you might not be able to replace it. What you do, we've said you can use the NA, not available or not provided. Yeah. Or with the column average when appropriate to preserve the data set's integrity. The other way of handling missing values is deleting the blank rows. And then you can decide the other way of filling up the, or rather replacing the missing values, you can decide to fill down or fill up, especially for those cases that, you have a formula. Yeah, a formula has been provided. If there is a formula that you need to run through the column, you can do that. But if the formula is not provided, then you can explore the other ways of replacing missing values. Yes, I hope that is clear up to that point. Yeah, so we have some an exercise here. There's someone who was asking whether we're going to have exercises and assessments. Yes, you're going to do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share this. I'm going to share these materials with you today, and then we have this hands-on exercise. I'm also going to share a data set that is that you can use for this practice. Then you can do it on your side. I hope that is okay. Yeah, and we've looked at again the materials that I'm providing. They are kind of direct with the instructions that what you're supposed to do, so it should be easy on your side. But in case you have a query, feel free to reach out. I'm trying to rush through because we have quite a number of things that we're supposed to cover today. So kindly allow me to rush. So we've looked at data cleaning or data preparation in Excel. And we've looked at different features and different formulas that you can use for data cleaning. The other bit is descriptive analytics. And descriptive analytics, remember, they usually help, or rather, when doing descriptive analytics, you're able to answer the question, what happened? Yeah, this one summarizes historical data. So there is some summary that is being done. It summarizes historical data to give a clear picture of past performance. And Excel supports descriptive analytics through built-in functions, tables, and chart visualizations. So for descriptive analytics, you can do some calculations, the summary statistics calculations. And the most common calculations or the most common functions are summation. So this is where you add, you want to get the totals. Okay, so this one adds up a range of numbers to get a total. It is essential for calculating total sales, expenses, or any cumulative value. And the formula is equal to, this is an inbuilt function, so equal to the sum, then you input the range of numbers. Which column are you dealing with? Yeah, so then you can input that particular range of values. We have number 2, we have average or the mean. This one calculates the arithmetic mean of a set of numbers. And what is mean? Mean is the total summation divided by the number of entries or the number of values that you have. Yeah, so this one is useful for understanding typical values. You see, those times that we usually say the average number of students in this class is a certain number. So that is to mean we are just giving a summary of what we are able to see. Yeah, and that is how, I mean, that is where the calculation bit of it comes in, or rather, for it to make sense, the descriptive part of analysis, we just want to get a rough idea of this data set that we have. What does it entail? Yeah, so the syntax is equal to average, then the range of numbers. Then we have count. This one, it usually count records, and it counts how many cells in a range contain numeric values. It is useful for knowing how many records exist. So the formula is equal to count, then the range of numbers. Then we have if. This one is a logical condition. It checks a condition and returns one value if true. So if that particular condition is satisfied, it's going to return a true. It's going to return one value that that represents if the answer is true, and the other value if false. This one is ideal for categorizing data. And we have the syntax here. So equal to if into the condition. If that condition is true, then it's going to give you the first value. If that condition is not met, then it's going to give you the second value. Where do we apply this formula? In cases where we need to categorize, you need to categorize your data. Okay, and we have an example here. So if E2 is greater than 50,000, then we have, if that condition is met, it should give you a high. If that condition is not met, then it should give you a low. I hope that is clear. Yeah, so that is descriptive analytics in Excel. Maybe just to show you something that you need to know. Let me see whether I'm going to get simple data. So we have a simple data set here, fresh drop sales. So we have date, region, product, unit sold, and price per unit. Then maybe you can now calculate the totals. The totals here. So I just wanted to, for us to be able to understand the descriptive analytics bit. If I selected this particular column here, down here, yeah, so we have this after the, the name of the worksheet, fresh drop. On the same, just down below, we have the average, that is summary statistics. So that is to mean it has calculated the average of this particular column. Then we have count, that is, we have 10 entries in that particular column. Then the summation of this, price of that particular column is 620. So this is part of descriptive analytics. If you just want to get a brief analysis of your, of your data, you usually look at, this, the average, what is the average, what is the count, what is the summation. But now if you want to do, further analysis, that is where you come and apply those formulas. We've looked at the different formulas that you can use. And under the AutoSum part, that is where we have the functionalities used for descriptive analytics. I hope that is clear. Yeah, I hope that is clear. So, so this is just what I was trying to explain. It explains further. Maybe something that I can do for summation. Say, for example, if you want to calculate the totals of this particular column. So remember we said in Excel, if you want to write a formula, what you start with an equal sign. So equal to sum. So you double click that sum, then you input the range of numbers, then you close the bracket, then enter. It's going to give you summation. Okay, so maybe you can have that is sum. Then we can have the average of that particular column. Again, it's equal to average. So we have a number of functions under average. So average, then you input the range, close that bracket, enter. Okay. Then we have the if function, and in Excel, if is usually used when you're dealing with conditions. Yeah, and if you want to categorize your data, there's something that I mentioned in when we were talking about the data analytics workflow. We mentioned data cleaning And after data cleaning, we have data transformation. So data transformation, that is where you transform your data into the right format
Could you please repeat on the sum and average?
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to repeat that. So I was saying if you can recall, when we were talking about the data analytics workflow, we talked about data cleaning followed by data transformation. So data transformation is basically transforming your data to be ready for analysis or to be ready to be used for analysis. Yeah. And sometimes
We've lost you.
okay, sorry about that. So I was saying, I know there's someone who requested me to repeat the summation and average, but I was talking about data transformation, and maybe while doing the if condition, it's going to make sense. Yeah. So for some, what I did for So what I did is, remember I've said in Excel, you start with an equal sign, then it's summation, and it's an inbuilt formula. So you just write, you just type in the name, sum. So we have quite a number, but we only need the sum. Yeah. So you double click that, then it's going to give you a platform for writing now the range of numbers. So I'm going to select the range, that is the range E2 to E11. Then you close the bracket, then enter. We have our 620 there. That is the summation. That is the total of that particular column. Then for average, so equal to average. So we have a number of them, but we only need the average, the first average. Double click that, then select the range of numbers that you want to calculate their average, then close the bracket, then enter. We have our average there. I hope that is clear for the one who, yes, Brian? Brian, you have a question?
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
I just wanted to mention that they should be concerned that when you're inserting a formula, is by default tunaanza na equal sign so that they cannot just be selecting the values without an equal sign.
Yeah, that is true. I totally agree. Otherwise, if you don't start with an equal sign, it's not going to, you cannot perform any calculation or any function. Yeah, so it's important. Thank you for that, Brian. Then we have the if condition. Yeah, so if you wanted to categorize our price into whether it is high or low. So that is to mean we have a condition, we have a threshold. I'm just going to have something like a category here. So we want to put in some conditions here. Again, you start with an equal sign, equal to if. So we have quite a number of if functions, but you want the first one, if, select that. So we have the logical test. So, and now this is the condition itself, okay? So if, say E2 under the price column is greater than, say 50, or maybe 70, then if E2 is greater than 70, then it should be regarded as high. And if it's not greater than 70, if it doesn't meet that condition, then it should give you a low. Then you close that bracket. I'm going to explain. This is an if condition. Yeah. So you start with equal to if, and the first argument is the condition. And our condition is if E2 is this value here, the 50 here, this value here, the first, the first value under price. If that price is greater than 70, it should give me a high. And if it doesn't satisfy if it doesn't meet my condition, then it should give me a low. Okay, then you close the bracket and enter. Sorry about this. So when you enter, it gives you a low. Why? Because 50 is less than 70. So that is to mean it didn't meet our condition. Our condition was if E2 or any other number there in any entry, the entry under E2 is greater than 70, it should give me a high. If it doesn't meet that condition, it should give me a low, and that is what we have. Then we can now run the formula. So when we run the formula, so we have something like this. So 80 is greater than 70, right? So that is why we have a high. 60 is less than 70. That is why we have a low. 50, same thing as we continue. Yeah. So if the if function can be used when you want to categorize your data for analysis. And now with this category here, you can now maybe generate a pie chart that is going to show so how many entries or what percentage of our sales met the condition. Maybe our condition is 70 and above. Yeah, so you're able to tell maybe 50% was high, 50% was low, and so on and so forth. So that is if. I hope that is clear. Yeah, so that is if condition. Then we have charts and visualizations in Excel. And charts or visualizations. So charts are something like, pie charts, we have bar charts, we have line charts, and so on and so forth. So charts help you communicate patterns, comparisons, and trends in a way that raw numbers cannot. It is easier for you to understand a pie chart compared to, a block of numbers. Yeah, and choosing the right chart type is as important as the analysis itself. A poorly chosen chart can confuse rather than clarify. So when it comes to choosing of, charts and visualizations, you have to be careful. Again, you just don't choose a chart just because you're supposed to have a chart on your report. Yeah, so you have to know how to, why should I go for a pie chart and not a bar chart? Why should I go for a line chart and not a pie chart? Those are some of the things that there are some considerations, or rather there are some factors that you need to consider before choosing a chart. Now, in Excel, how do you insert a chart? So first of all, you need to highlight the data you want to visualize, including the column headers. Then go to insert. on the ribbon, on the on the ribbon up there, go to insert, then select charts. Then it's going to give you a number of charts that you need to select from. So choose the chart type that best matches your data story. It could be a column chart, a line chart, pie chart, bar chart, and so on and so forth, depending again on what you want to, on the information that you want to display. If it's categorical type of data, then you can go for a bar chart, especially if you want to do some comparisons. You can go for a bar chart or a column chart. If it's a trend, especially when you're dealing with, time series type of data, you're supposed to use a line chart. Then you can now customize the title, labels, and colors for clarity purposes. Yeah. So we have the common types of charts. Just to be sure. We have the common chart types in Excel. We have column charts. A column chart is used for comparison or when comparing values across categories, such as total sales by region. So if you want to compare regions in terms of maybe total sales that were made per region, you can use a column chart. If you want to compare performance by department or monthly revenue by product line, you're supposed to use the column chart. So for a line chart, again, this one is ideal for showing trends over time. So when you're dealing with time series data, you can work with a line chart, and the slope of the line immediately communicates direction and pace of change. Okay, then we have a pie chart. This one is useful for showing proportions of a whole, such as market share by product, budget allocation by department, or survey response distribution. It is best with, or rather, when using a pie chart, make sure that you do not have a lot of categories. Just have maybe 5 at most. Yeah, 5 at most for you to be able to tell the situation of your data. Then bar chart, this one is great for comparing categories, especially when category names are long and wouldn't fit on a column chart, x-axis. So a column chart and a bar chart, they have the same functionalities, but now we have the bar chart, which is used for comparing categories, especially when category names are long and wouldn't fit on a column chart's x-axis. The horizontal bars are easier to read with many categories. So that is a bar chart. That is a bar chart. We also have, we have quite a number. We have waterfall, we have bubble charts, we have maps. Those are examples of charts and visualizations that you can use in Excel. Yeah. So what are the considerations? What factors are you supposed to consider when choosing the right chart? Do you just take any other chart out there and maybe just put in some information there? No. So what happens? First thing first, what are you showing? That is the first thing. If it's comparison, we've talked about column or bar chart, and you're comparing categorical type of data. Are we together? Maybe regions, products, and so on and so forth, departments. So for comparison, we are talking about categorical type of data. Trend over time, work with a line chart. Proportion of a whole, work with a pie chart. That is, what are you showing? What is the purpose? Number 2, how many categories? For those cases that you're dealing with categorical type of, data, If you have under 6, categories, you can work with a column chart, bar chart, or a pie chart. Yeah, if you have many categorical, or rather you have many categories, you can work with a horizontal bar chart. We're going to see the differences. Then there's a note there that pie charts should never have more than 5 slices. Yeah, it might be confusing. Yeah, because of the, the proportions. Yeah. Number 3, is it easy to understand? By the way, the reason why we use visualizations, instead of me giving a stakeholder, a block of numbers, the reason I'd go for a visualization is to make them understand. Yeah. So is it easy to understand? Whatever chart that you've chosen, is it easy to understand? So keep your chart simple and well labeled. It should be well labeled. Add a clear title, axis labels and data labels where needed, and avoid decorative 3D effects that distort the perception. Do not overdo. We just need it to be well labeled. We just need it to have not very many colors. Just make sure that you've done, it is well labeled and it's a simple chart. Okay. Then number 4, is your data clean? Remember we said, in everything that you do, you've been given your data. Make sure that your data is clean for it to give you reliable results or accurate results. So always remove errors and duplicates before creating a chart, because the chart built on dirty data will produce misleading visuals, no matter how well designed it is. Yeah, so make sure that your data is well cleaned. But apart from that aspect, the most important thing is when it comes to choosing the right chart, is it easy to understand? And again, what are you showing and how many categories are you dealing with? Yeah, if you're dealing with categorical type of data. So we have an extra, we have some exercises here where you're supposed to create charts and do some calculations there, what we've just covered. So maybe that is something that I'm going to share the data set, then you can do it on your side. So I'm going to show you briefly where we get the charts. So we've said, first of all, you're supposed to select your data, right? Whatever column that you want to display or whatever column that you want to build a chart for. So you select that, then you go to insert. Under insert, we have charts. We have the recommended charts. We have, we have like a bar chart. This is a line chart. This is a pie chart or a donut chart. A pie chart and a donut chart, they usually have the same function, or rather they are used for the same function. Then we have the hierarchical charts, especially when you're dealing with categories that have some hierarchy. You can use the hierarchical chart there. We have, this one is a bar chart. I mean, a histogram. A histogram is used, a histogram, and of course, a histogram, it has some bars that are used when you're dealing with comparison of frequencies. Yeah, comparison of frequencies. Then we have a box and whisker. This is a box plot. This one helps in showing the range of your numbers. And with the box plot, you'll be able to tell whether your data has outliers. Okay, it's going to show you the range of your numbers, or not numbers, but values. And it's also going to show you whether you have outliers. In advanced analytics, when you're using Python, a box and whisker or a box plot is used to show, or it helps you identify whether you have outliers in your data. I hope that is clear. Yeah, so we have quite a number of, of charts, of course, depending on the task that you're performing. Yeah, so you can decide to explore that. Then you have a pivot chart, but a pivot chart is created from, or it is generated from, a pivot table. Okay, so maybe we can do this. So I'm going to just maybe insert this. So when I select, I have selected a pie chart. So what am I supposed to do? So we have this addition sign here. This is where you're supposed to now add the different elements of your data, like the chart the chart title, the data labels, and the legend. The legend is what we used to call back then the key of your, your data. Yeah, you remember, for those that did GHC and social studies, we had something like key on the maps that we were, those maps. So that is what we call legend. Yeah. So if you want to beautify your chart, you use this, you select that, then it's going to give you different styles. Yeah, then now we have this filter here. This is where you put in your values. And maybe you want to filter your data, you have that. Yeah, so to select this. Mm-hmm.
The values, you might need to select the values for the pie chart to have the angles.
Yeah, I actually wanted to do sorry. Select that. I don't know why. It should give me an option of selecting the values. Okay. Let me see. I don't know. Let me see. It's going to work. So you have something like this. So we have different so for these particular values, I don't know why it's not doing the same for the category column, because it should. So this is a pie chart based on this data that we have here. Yeah. So what we've done, I know this is not accurate. You just select that column, then insert. Under insert, you select that particular chart that you want to visualize. Yeah. So that is how you go about visualizations in Excel. Now, that is part of what we were supposed to cover yesterday under Excel. And we are supposed to finish up on the Excel bit. So we're going to extend with a few minutes, kindly. Allow us to extend with a few minutes so that we finish up on the Excel bit. Then maybe tomorrow we can start on Python and SQL, and then finish up with Power BI. Yeah. Again, I'm going to share these materials with you, and I'm also going to share with with the appropriate data sets that are going to help you practice on your side. I hope that is okay. Yeah, I hope that is okay. Now, so this is what we were supposed to cover today, a continuation of the Excel part. Yeah, and we're going to cover the advanced Excel bit, and we'll see whether we'll manage to do the pivot tables and charts. Yeah. Then tomorrow again, we can start with Python basics and SQL. So whatever we were covering here, the last like 1 hour was about 1.5 hours was about those are basic Excel functions. Now we have the advanced Excel functions. And these advanced Excel functions, of course, they're used for advanced analytics in Excel. Yeah. And under this, we have the lookup functions. Yeah. So these lookup functions, when I was showing you the different functions that we have in Excel, there was something like lookup functions. And the main lookup functions that we usually use, or the most commonly used lookup functions, are X lookup, V lookup, and H lookup. Okay. And X lookup, this is the most recent version of the lookup functions. This one is the modern, it's a replacement of V lookup and H lookup. And with X lookup, you can perform either V lookup or H lookup. So probably someone is wondering, what are we looking up? What are these lookup functions for? They are used to, or rather they are functions that are used when you want to search a particular value from your data set. Yeah, you want to search for a particular or look for a particular value in your data set. And maybe your data set is huge. How do you go about that? Yeah, so we have the VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP in full is vertical lookup. And what does it do? It searches down the first column of a table. Yeah, it searches down the first column of a table and returns a match from another column. So what it does, it's going to search down the first column of a table. So you have a table, like what we had here, like this table here, the fresh drop sales table. We have this table. So it's going to search through the first column. And the reason why it's given the name vertical lookup, it's because you're searching through a column and not a row. You're searching through a column. That is why it's the vertical lookup. So what you do with a vertical lookup, it searches down the first column of a table and returns a match from another column. And this is the syntax. Equal to, remember, this is an Excel function, equal to VLOOKUP. So what is the lookup value? What are we searching? Yeah, so we are searching, our lookup value is the first thing that you're supposed to insert, yeah? Or the first argument that you're supposed to insert in that formula. Then the second one is the table array. Where are we searching it from? We are searching it from the fresh drop sales table. So that is where you input the range for that particular table. And what am I looking for exactly? For example, I'm going to show you a perfect example that I have here. So the column, what should it give me? Yeah, what should it give me? It should give me, the answer should be in this column index number. So you just No. Let me just give you an example that I have here. I have an example, a perfect example that is going to make sense. Good. So I want us to read through this definition here. A VLOOKUP searches down the first column of a table and returns a match from another column. And this is the syntax. And then I'm going to show you an example here, a perfect example. So this one is an assignment. And this assignment here, it's a VLOOKUP assignment. So we have our data here, and this data has location, salary, and bonus. We have 3 columns. That is our table. Yeah. And from this table, you're supposed to find the name of the employee. So find the name of the employee with employee ID 104. So we already have the lookup value, the value that we are using to search. We are searching using the value or the employee ID 104. But what are we supposed to give in return? We are supposed to give the name of the employee. So the clue here is the employee ID is 104. Yeah. But so with the 104 as the employee ID, I'm supposed to get the name. I'm supposed to match up the name whose employee ID is 104. Okay? I hope that is clear and it's making sense. So this is our data. It's employee ID, the name, department, location, salary, and bonus. So what I do, I'm going to come here and write equal to, it's a VLOOKUP, right? So VLOOKUP into, for it to be visible. So what I'm supposed to do is equal to VLOOKUP into, so the lookup value. I'm using the lookup value 104, right? So we're just going to write 104. And what table? So the table array, we are dealing with this table. So I'm just going to highlight this range there. Yeah. Then comma. So you see we have VLOOKUP into, our lookup value is 104. And the table array where I'm searching it from is that particular range. Then find the name of the employee with that particular ID. So the next thing is column index. So what you do, we are finding the name of the employee. Which index is, which column is that? This is the column. Its index is 2 because this is column number 1, this is column number 2. In short, we are, instead of just writing the name of that particular column, like name, what you're supposed to do is give it in index form. It is column number 2. So I'm just going to write column number 2. Then I'm going to close that bracket. Again, let me repeat. Our lookup value, we have already been given a clue. So the clue there is the lookup value. It's the first thing. The second argument is, where are we getting this information from? So the table array, from which table? So what we do, we give the range of numbers, the range of that table, and we've done that. Then what exactly are we looking for? We are looking for the name of that employee. So in this case, we're going to look at the column index. The column index of that particular, maybe if it's name, it's column index number 2. So we have the 2 there. Then you do what? You enter. So when you enter, you get the name, the exact name. So it is David Chen. Okay, so I want us to come back here, even without using that formula. So find the name. Let us do it manually. Find the name of the employee with employee ID 104. So we come to employee ID 104. We have that. Then we want to check the name. The name is David Chen. Assuming your data was huge, it might be a little bit tasky for you to go through the entire data set, doing it manually, yeah? And that is where the VLOOKUP comes in handy. Okay, maybe we can do another example. And the example here is, find the department of employee 106. Employee 106. So we come here, we come to employee ID, we check 106. What are we supposed to get? We're supposed to find their department. So the second column is name. The name is Frank Lee. Then department, that's marketing, location, Boston, then salary, then bonus. Yeah. So how do we do it now? Using a VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP equal to VLOOKUP into, what is our lookup value? Our lookup value is, sorry, I want to copy something here to make it easier for me. So equal to VLOOKUP into, the lookup value is 106, and we are searching it from this range. This is our table, comma. And what are we looking for? We want department, and department is column index number 3. So 3, then we close that, then we enter. So we have the answer as marketing. I hope that is clear, and I hope that made sense. Yeah. So that is VLOOKUP. So HLOOKUP is the opposite of VLOOKUP. HLOOKUP, horizontal lookup. So for VLOOKUP, we were searching down the first column. VLOOKUP deals with columns. HLOOKUP deals with rows. So this one searches across the, the first row of a table and returns a value from a row beneath. Okay, and the lookup, so it's the same concept, yeah. So the formula is, or the syntax is, equal to HLOOKUP. So the lookup value, the table array, and now the row index. So the difference is going to be the row index. For VLOOKUP, we were dealing with the column index, but for HLOOKUP, we're going to deal with the row index. Yeah, I hope that is clear. But now, for those that have the most recent versions of Excel, Microsoft Excel, we have this functionality, the XLOOKUP, where you just don't need to, there is no, the column index and the row index. What you just need to have is the lookup value, lookup array, and the return array. Yeah. So those are the lookup functions that we have in Excel. So Still under advanced analytics in Excel, we have other functions such as if, ifs, and some ifs. These are conditional functions. And the if function, I'm just going to go through it very fast because of time. The if function is used when you're dealing with a single condition, like the example that we did. This one tests a condition and returns different results based on true or false. Okay, so we have the condition. If that condition is met, we get a true, yeah. And if that condition is not met, we get the false, or we get the, the other alternative. Yeah. Then we have the ifs. The ifs, this one is a multiple conditional function, and this one tests multiple conditions without nesting. It is cleaner and easier to read. So the syntax is ifs. So we have the S there for to mean that we are dealing with a number of conditions. So if condition number 1 is met, we are supposed to get value number 1. If condition number 2 is met, then it should give us value number 2, and so on and so forth. So you can have a number of conditions. Yeah, so an example here. So if B2, now this one is again used when you're categorizing your data. Yeah, so if B2 is greater than or equal to 80, it should give you excellent. If B2 is greater than or equal to 60, it should give you good. If B2 is greater than or equal to 40, it should give you average. If B2 is less than 40, it should give you a poor. So that is to mean it's going to categorize the marks, assuming these are marks and you want to grade them. Yeah, so this is how, you can grade using Excel. And for this, so you use the multiple conditions, the multiple ifs. I hope that is clear. Yeah. Then we have some ifs. This one is a multiple condition sum. This one adds numbers based on more than one condition. And the syntax is sum ifs. So we have the sum range. Then, the column that you want to add, or the range of numbers that you want to calculate their totals. Then we have criteria 1, criteria. So we have the same concept of, the condition and the value, condition and the value. So for example, total sales for Nairobi and shoes. So that is to mean we want to calculate the total sales. So we have the sales and region, and the region is Nairobi. So we are calculating the total sales. The region should be Nairobi, and the product should be shoes. So that is to mean the results that we are going to get should be that of the total sales of Nairobi and the product being shoes. I hope we are together up to that point. Yeah, the total sales of Nairobi as a region and the products being shoes. So there is some, conditions that we are putting. Yeah, and it makes your work easier. Just that your formula is going to be a little bit longer, but it's going to make your work easier. Instead of filtering your data, such formulas make your work easier. Yeah, so those are the if conditions. Then we have index and match. So index and match and the lookup values, they're used for the same functionality. Yeah, they're used, the index and match, you see like the way you are matching a certain lookup value with a certain particular value. That is what, in short, index, match, and lookup values are used for the same functionality. Okay, then we have data validation. And data validation, this one helps in controlling the type of data entered into a cell. During data collection, if you want to make sure that your data is reliable and you want to make your data preparation stage very smooth, yeah, to avoid a lot of work, you can do some data validation. So data validation helps to control the type of data entered into a cell. So what you do, you create drop-down lists, restrict entries to whole numbers or dates, and prevent invalid inputs. So with data validation, you're able to prevent invalid inputs. So there is going to be consistency in your data. So how do you do that? You go to data, then we have the data validation, then we have a list. Maybe that is something that I can show you together with conditional formatting. And conditional formatting helps in highlighting cells automatically. Highlighting cells automatically based on conditions. And the conditions could be color scales, could be data bars, could be duplicates or blanks. Yeah, so I'm going to show you how we go about that. Let me use this control, sorry. So, for example, I want to introduce another column here. And this column, I want to call it transactions, or maybe something like totals. So, and these totals, I want to restrict that whatever comes in this column should be only maybe numerical, or maybe I want it to only hold numbers that are say more than 1,000. Yeah, values that are more than 1,000. Yeah. So what I do, so I have selected that. I go to data. Under data, we have flash fill, remove duplicates. We have data validation. Under data validation, we have this drop down. We have quite a number of them, but then you select data validation. This is now you set up, this is where you set up the restrictions. Yeah. So do you want to allow any value? Do you want just to allow a whole number? Do you want to allow a decimal number, a list, a date, time, text, or do you want to customize? Yeah. So for customizing, this is where you now give the restriction. It should be a number between maybe 100 and 1,000. Okay. So for customizing, let me see. Under data, we have data validation. Any value, then it should give you say any value. It's going to, so like if you want to allow only whole numbers, and the minimum value should be 10, maximum value should be, say, 70. So you have something like that. So that is to mean we have restricted this particular column. It can only allow numbers that range between, or values, sorry, values that range between 10 and 70. Yeah. So if I put in 20, it allows that. If I put in, say, 7, it doesn't allow that. So this value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Okay. If I put something like 44, it's going to allow that. If I put a value like 90, it's not going to allow that because it doesn't lie within that range. So that is where the data validation restrictions come in. They help in restricting the kind of data that you want to put in a particular column. And of course, that helps with, validating the data. I hope that is clear. The other bit is on conditional formatting. And conditional formatting, so as the word suggests, or as the name suggests, we have some conditions. Yeah. So you want to highlight, so you use conditional formatting to maybe highlight some differences based on rules that you've given or based on some conditions. So we have different ways of formatting or conditional formatting. We have highlighting cell rules. For example, if you're dealing with a column with numerics, we have greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains a date occurring. So we have those ones. Then if you want to maybe just get the top 10 items, the top 10%, the bottom 10 items, bottom 10%, above average, below average, you can use the conditional formatting. If you want to use the data bars, you can as well use that. So you have different colors for each data bar. You have different colors for, each color represents something. Yeah, so those are color scales. Then you have icon sets, yeah, just to represent a particular condition. And in case you want to set up a new rule, there's an option for that as well. So that is conditional formatting. So that is data validation and conditional formatting. Yeah. We still have another exercise that you can try on your side. And then we have now the pivot tables and pivot charts. So, and I can see that time is not on our side. We have quite a lot that we need to cover. Let me see what we have. Levix, are you still with us?
Yes. Please. Are you still
Okay.
with us? I'm not with it.
Levix, are you still with us? Okay, so
Ouch.
Levix. Okay, so I can maybe rush through the pivot charts up to around 8. I don't know if it's possible if it's okay with you people. Maybe I'd want to hear from you. Can we just do something for the remaining 11 minutes and finish up on the Excel bit? Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay, great. Just allow me to do that so that we are able to finish up with at least one of the tools. Then tomorrow we can continue the rest of the tools. Yeah. So we now have pivot tables and pivot charts. And these ones are usually used for analysis in Excel. So you want to ask yourself, so whatever we have been doing, kwani that is not analysis, it is analysis. But now pivot tables and pivot charts, they are majorly used for analysis, or rather their major roles are analysis in Excel, and they help in summarizing data, filtering data, grouping data, and visualizing large data sets, all without writing a single formula. Unlike whatever we have been doing, where we have been, typing the formulas, for pivot tables, you don't type in the formulas. Yeah, so this is where the analysis takes place. This is where analysis takes place. So what is a pivot table and how do we create one? So a pivot table, this one is a tool to quickly summarize and analyze large data. It calculates totals, counts, averages, and percentages without formulas. Yeah, so it is a tool that is used for analysis. You just need to select, what am I calculating? If it's sum, you select sum, and maybe the data that you need to calculate its sum, then it's going to do it automatically. And how do you create a pivot table? You highlight your data set, including the headers. Go to insert. Under insert, we have pivot tables. Then select pivot table. Choose where do you want your pivot table to be created. Do you want it to be inserted, rather, not created? Do you want it to be inserted on a new worksheet or in the existing worksheet? Then you click OK. Yeah. And a pivot table, again, it has 4 key areas. Number one, we have rows. Rows are usually used for categorical type of data. You know your columns. Do your columns have categorical type of data or do they have numerical type of data? Yeah, so if you want to analyze, categorical type of data, then you can have your rows have those particulars, if it's region, if it's product, and so on and so forth. Columns, these ones are optional comparison categories, and values, these ones are the numbers or the values to summarize. It could be amount or quantity. So that is to mean under values, I'm going to show you, under values, you can only have numerical type of data. Then we have the filters. For example, if you want to show a particular region, you can use a filter. Remember the filters that you are doing on the Excel worksheet? The same thing, you can apply those filters on a pivot table. Yeah, so then the functions that we have under pivot tables are the aggregation functions. We have sum, we have count, we have average, then we have minimum and maximum. These ones are applied automatically to your data. So that is a pivot table. So I'm going to show you, and I'm going to try and get data that can help us with that. Let me see whether I can get that data. Let me use this sales data. Yeah, so we have this sales data here. Okay. So this sales data here, first thing first, we want to now calculate maybe the summation, or maybe you want to insert a pivot table. So what you need to do is select the data that you're dealing with. Yeah, and our focus, or rather the data that we are focusing on, is whatever we have here. So you select all, yeah, then you come to insert, and the first thing that we see here is insert a pivot table. Yeah, so I want us to read through this. So choose the data that you want to analyze. So we have selected that data. Then choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed. Where do you want it to be placed? Do you want it to be in a new worksheet or in the existing worksheet? Yeah, so if you want it to be in a new worksheet, then you can select that, but we want it to be in the same worksheet. So existing worksheet. So you're supposed to now select the location. You just need to maybe have like, just select a cell that is outside the data that has already been selected, then okay. I hope that is clear. So once you do that, so a pivot table has been created. And this pivot table, you can, it's going to show now in another format, in an analytical format, the fields that you have. You have the order date column, you have region column, we have the rep column, item column, units column, unit cost, and totals. Yeah. So I was talking when I was when we were looking at this bit, the key areas, the 4 key areas in a pivot table, we have the rows, we have columns, we have values, and we have filters. Okay, so we come back here. So under these 4 key areas, this is where you put in the fields that you want to have them captured in your or on your pivot table. Okay, remember we said under values, we are only supposed to have numerical values or columns that are numerical. So amongst these columns here, which ones are numerical? And of course, it depends on what you want to analyze, not every other numerical column. Yeah, if you want to analyze, for example, if you want to calculate the totals, then you can have that dragged here. So you just select and drag under values. Okay. And then what do we want to have on the columns or on the rows? On the rows, remember we said the rows usually take categorical type of a column with categories, right? So something like a region, so we can drag it here. So we have central, we have east, west, and we have a blank. So we have some, that is to mean we have some missing values here. Yeah, then whatever we have on this other side, it's the sum of total. But were we supposed to calculate the sum or were we supposed to calculate average? So for you to be, for you to select whatever aggregation function you are supposed to calculate, we have a drop down arrow here. So you select that arrow, then we have value field settings. Yeah. Under value field settings, now this is where we have the aggregation functions. Were you supposed to calculate sum or count or average? Was it the maximum, minimum? Did you want the product, count numbers, standard deviation, variance, and so on and so forth? So for example, if you wanted to just have the average, so you select average, then okay, then it should give you the average of total. I hope that is clear. Yeah, so what we have under rows, we had region. So in short, whatever we have here is the totals by region. Totals by region. I hope that is clear. Totals by region. Yeah, now if we want to filter, we want to filter based on a particular thing, say based on the sales rep. Yeah, so we can just drag it there. And now this is the filter. So you realize the filter is outside the main calculation. Yeah, so we want to filter and see maybe we can select Andrews, sales made by Andrews. So that is to mean the sales that were made by Andrews were in the central region, and the average of that was 109. Okay, so that is to mean whatever we have here is sales by region, or total sales by region for a specific sales rep. Okay, average sales by region made by a specific sales rep. So we have filtered using the rep column. Yeah, so let's see, maybe one done by Howard. So that is to mean Howard was responsible for the Eastern region. Yeah, and the average of total sales made was 268.375. I hope that is clear. That is a pivot table. Yeah. So let me remove the filters by selecting all. And that is what we have. So that is a pivot table. Now, we continue. So that was a pivot table, and we have different aspects of a pivot table. And from a pivot table, we can now create a pivot chart. Yeah. So from a pivot table, you can create a pivot chart. And how do you create a pivot chart? Let me see. This here, we visualize a pivot table. With the pivot chart, you're able to visualize pivot table summaries dynamically. And how do you go about that? You just insert, you go to insert, then select pivot chart. Go to insert, then select a pivot chart. So that is to mean you cannot create a pivot chart without first of all creating a pivot table. So we come back here, go to insert, then we have a pivot chart, select that. So what do we want to select here? What do we want to create? So you realize it has automatically taken the data that you already have on the pivot table. Yeah, it's just that you need to select, now the specific pivot chart. So for example, if I were to select a pie chart, so what I have here, I have the central region, and it shows the percentage for the central region, the blue one. Then for the eastern region, it's the orange one. Then for the western region, it's the gray one. Then blank region, or the one with the blanks, is the most, which is yellow. Okay, so that is how you do what? You create a pivot chart. Then you can select that, and then have something like that as part of your data. Yeah, so this is something that you can just have something like this. Sorry. So have something like this. And of course, it also shows there, it shows the, the filtering. So if you wanted to just show for Gil, we have that. If you want to show for Howard, you can filter and get their details. This is just but just a rough example. So that is a pivot chart, which has been created from a pivot table. I hope that is clear. I hope that is clear. I hope that made sense, and I'm sorry for rushing through. I just needed to finish up with the Excel bit so that tomorrow we'll have enough time to tackle the rest of the tools. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share these notes and some 2-3 data sets that you're going to use for your for your practice. And I think that is what is going to be used for assessments. Yeah. So just make sure you're familiar with the data sets and also the exercises that we have in the materials. Yeah. So I don't know if we have any question. Do you have any question?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just asking because now the time is because we are rushing with the time, at least to compete with the time that is given.
Mhm.
Would you mind if it can be started earlier, maybe at 4, so that we can go all along to 8, so that we can understand also, because now the Python is coming and it's very broad, so we can even understand Python well.
Okay. So
We lost you.
as I was saying that I am not so sure whether it's possible for us to start the class at 4. But then what I'm going to do is try and cover the most important bits and make sure that the materials that I'm sharing are materials that are easy to understand, because this is a 3-day workshop, so it might not be possible for us to cover most of the content, but I'm going to try and cover the most relevant contents. Yeah.
It's okay.
Okay. Yes, maybe I can take 2 more questions. Irene?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well, and thank you so much. You've done a good job.
Thank
Okay,
you,
so
Irene.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you guys going to issue any certification or certificate?
Yes. Yeah, you're going to be given a certificate as long as you attend the 3 classes. Yeah,
So
and
if you
also
missed one, I missed
uh
one yesterday.
so we have a recording for yesterday's class. Maybe
So
yeah. We had a recording for yesterday's class. Maybe you can go through that recording. Alafu, then we have is it John from ICT? He's also going to help with that bit. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Someone else with a question? The last one? The last question?
Hello,
Yes.
how are you, Wangari?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
Great.
My question is about the recording.
Yes.
I saw in the group Mr. Adudi answering that the recording will be available only after tomorrow, after final session. So
Okay.
I was asking if there could be a way we could get it before that, so that maybe we could catch up with the content before.
All
Because
right.
now after, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So I'm going to escalate that, and maybe before tomorrow. I mean, they're going to work on that. I'm going to escalate that to Levix and the ICT authority team. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Maureen.
Hi, Ruth. Thank you for the session. It was very insightful.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask for the recording, will it be sent to email or in the WhatsApp group?
It should be via email.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, yes, Noel.
Hello, hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So just a request, because I've had my colleague, somebody has mentioned about the topics that we have to go over tomorrow. That's Python and hello, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, that's Python and I don't know. There are probably 2 or 3 that we have left. So my request is this, yeah, because
Yeah.
we're moving at a at a tremendous speed that probably some of us might not be able to understand whatever you guys are conveying over the few hours. So my request is this: what if for tomorrow's classes, you guys share the notes so that some of us can at least go over them. Then in tomorrow's class, when you guys go through whatever content you have, it becomes easier, you know, unlike when I'm new to certain stuff, then we go over them really fast and it becomes really hard to understand. So I don't know if you guys can do something like that.
Okay, okay, I hear you, and maybe that is something that is going to be considered. I think I'll share the materials before we start the class to make it easier for you. Yes, yes, then I hope that is okay, Noel.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great. Dennis?
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so my query is on yesterday's training.
Yes.
After registering for this mentorship or rather the training, I never received an email to start the training yesterday.
Okay. Dennis?
We can't hear Dennis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can now hear you.
Okay, I'm saying yesterday
Yeah.
I never received the email to attend the training. Actually nimeipata leo juu jana nilisumbuka sana nikitafuta kwa portal ya ICTA Authority and Smart Academy but sikupata.
Okay.
So yes, leo ndo nimepata email yet nimesikia there's no certification if somebody has missed a single class yet ilianza jana. How is that going to be?
Okay, maybe we can I think we're going to escalate this issue to the ICT people, and maybe we can come up with a plan for those that didn't manage to join yesterday's class and maybe be considered for just going through yesterday's recording, and maybe doing the assessment and then being considered for certifications. Is that okay?
Yes.
So I'm going to escalate that.
Yes, Wangare.
Yes, that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is John from ICTA.
Okay, yes, John.
Yes, they shouldn't worry. I will personally, I personally handle the assessment bit that leads to the certificates. So definitely just ensure that you captured your attendance for today and all is well. We'll be able to consider the one. There's usually sometimes some teething problems, so it's understandable.
Okay.
Hey, that's okay.
Thank you, John. I think, John, maybe you can help us conclude the meeting from my side and from DataGrid. I don't think we have any other, anything else to add. I'm just going to share the materials and the data sets. Then we meet tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Wangare. Thank you to Levitz and the entire team from DataGrid for making this possible. We have collaborated on various occasions, and as you can see also from the numbers, this is an area whereby people are very, very interested. So to everyone who made time to join us today, thank you very much for honoring the invite. Hope to see you tomorrow. Hope you've learned. And as we conclude tomorrow, please do make it to class on time so that we're able to finalize in good time as well. So good evening to everyone. In case of any challenges, you can direct DM me or you can reach out through the group so that people can see the challenge if it's common. So thank you and have a good night.
Same. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Nasikia sauti yake.
Thank you and bye.
Wangapi
Thank
ni
you.
data analyst huku?
Hiyo group mtu anaweza join aje tafadhali? Share the link.
Okay, sawa.
Madata analyst wako huko ndio gani?
Thank you. Bye.
Attendance zilibazwaje?
Thank
Wewe
you.
navitoa hiyo kitu bana.
Mwenye anajua story za attendance
Nimekuona.
zinajazwa hapo.
Excuse me. We have seen you so you can see.
Mwambie nimtute azime kidogo.
So you are cute.
We have seen you.
Admin, please end the meeting for all.
Itakuwa thrown out.
Mi sitaki anione. Kindly mnaweza toka kwa group.
Mwambie aende sasa.
Juu imeisha. Mbona yangu inajirudia?
Kuwe na usiku mwema.
Wala. Yeah. Wala.
Mbaya. Mambo ni mengi. Hadi meeting ni.
Well, good night guys. Let's meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Amechacha kwa peke yake.
there anything constructive taking place right over here? Can we only
they'd love to eat. If you do nothing about it, it will get worse. Cystine works by creating a protective layer over the sensitive areas of the teeth. You can go back to